Okay. All right. Today's goal is basically to finish the dodge, the forward dodge, and then I'm going to do pretty much the other dodges. Hopefully, I can get them all today because I don't know if I'm going to do rolls, if I'm going to do just like fancy side steps and back steps, just because I need the animations to blend between each of the different axes except the forward axis. So when it side steps left or side steps right, I'm going to do steps. And then when he dodges forward, it'll be a dodge roll. All right. Well, just thinking to do some basic maintenance on the. I've started a Discord channel or a Discord server. So if anybody's interested in following on the Discord server, the links are now in the description on the channel pages through the media links. Um, yeah, feel free to join. I'll be posting like progress updates and stuff like that, and potentially things that I don't do on stream. Um, that stuff will go there as well as announcements and whatnot. So anybody who's interested in joining along, feel free to join. I'm trying to build a community of people to share artwork, talk about games, just a chill place for us to gather, I guess. Hey, Felix, yes, I did. You can check out the if you go to my channel, my YouTube channel, you should be able to get the link there now. Yeah, at the top of the page, you'll see the social links. There's a link to my Twitch and to the Discord now, so feel free to jump onto it. You can trial run it and tell me if everything's working out all right, if it meets your standards. Cool. Yeah, so I made a little community part to do if you want to share your stuff. So you'll see a little community channel called Share Your Art. You can just go there and create a post. You just have to make sure you check if it's animation, modeling, sculpting, painting, drawing. I can add more ways to organize it, but it's just for organization. So let me know if you have any problems. I can make some adjustments. Is it not accepting the file? Because there's a limitation on the size of the file. I think it's 10 megabytes. As well, I mean, it should allow you to post images and videos and stuff. So today I am doing all of the dodges. So forward dodge. I don't know if I'm gonna do a dodge roll on the side or if I'm just gonna have him do a fancy sidestep. The reason is because there's in order for to take advantage of Unreal's ability to blend animations, I might have to do side steps instead and have the dodge roll as a mechanic that's not specifically part of the combat, or at least any forward movement, any forward dodge roll ends up doing a dodge roll, and then a left to right and back is the side steps or back steps. The only reason is just because I don't, it doesn't really make sense to do a back. I guess I could do a back roll. I'm just trying to figure out all of the mechanics of the movement and if it's gonna look good. But yeah, this is the right now we got the forward dodge roll going on, so that's not bad. But timing's a little bit slow. Hey, Hussar. Yeah. Actually, I just splined it, so I have to go and polish up all the stuff. But yeah, I mean, I was a little more thorough last Friday with the posing, so it feels a little bit closer done than usual. So, no, unfortunately, I had some stuff to do on Sunday. I was doing some maintenance stuff, so setting up the Discord community, um, debating on whether or not I'm gonna because I know we're gonna subscribe to like we need to get sound effects and stuff like that for our game. So I was thinking of subscribing to Epidemic Sound and maybe having some background music on the stream as well. But yeah, if you're interested in joining the Discord, there's a link in the channel page now, on the social links at the top of the channel page. Oh, yeah. Congrats again on the communion. How did the day go? Keelix, it's not getting like crazy fast. Like this is the kind of one I've mapped out. It feels just a little bit slow to me right now. I think I know where to chop the timeout to, so I think it's right about here where it's feeling just a bit on the slow side. So I'm gonna take out some frames there and see how that feels. Yeah, that feels better. Nice. You're thinking a backflip, huh? Yeah. So the reason because whichever way I go, it has to work sort of in in every direction. So once I started a dodge roll, I realized that dodge rolling might not be the best way to blend all of the animations, only because if you think about how, so I have to basically use this control to do the dodge roll. Right, so this is the main control I'm using to do a dodge. The only problem is the axes are going to change, and I'm anticipating what we call a gimbal problem. So if I do a roll to the right, it's going to have to, so if I roll to the right, it has to split the difference between X the X rotation and the Y rotation. And this might cause what we call in 3D animation a gimbal lock. Uh, because in order for 3D software to calculate rotation, one of the axes has to be anchored. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So if I go into gimbal mode, you can see in this particular rig, it's the Y axis that's been anchored. Oh, no, wait, is it? No, it's the Z axis that's been anchored. So you can see I can roll the Z axis, but when I roll the X, oh, maybe not. Random gimbal. It's strange. Well, regardless of which, maybe it's not reflecting here in the viewport, but basically, in order for the rotation to roll properly, I have to isolate it down to two axes, and that can be difficult without proper parenting and stuff. So I'm thinking a side step is probably the cleanest way to do blending animation, just because you can't blend a two different rolling directions, right? Because it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna cause a little gimbal problem. So. Yeah, so I'm thinking more like a dash. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be more like a dash to the left and to the right and to the back, and that way I can easily blend the animation a little bit better. Whereas when he is obviously moving forward, it's going to be a dodge roll, because it seems to be the most natural way to roll if you're going to be doing a roll. I was at the gym the other day testing out different types of rolls, and it feels really unnatural to roll backwards. So if I'm facing this way, it feels really awkward to roll that way, right? So it's easier to do a back step. Probably in a combat fight, you probably get your butt whooped if you try to roll the other way anyways. So no worries, you sorry. I'm gonna use I need your eyes anyways as I'm working. It's yeah, I don't let me think about that stuff. You can let me know if just whether or not it looks right or not. Yeah, it's just trying to organize how the hierarchy of animation and how they're gonna blend together. But I think just a simple dash will work the best. And we'll keep the roll going forward, but the dash will be side to side and to the back. Kelix, what am I doing off stream? In terms of art, there's lots of little things for the short film that I'm working on off stream. So I literally just like when I can squeeze in an hour here, hour there. So right now, one of the other things I'm doing is building a set, building a location for my for the short film, as well as prepping assets for my brother to use for the game. The stuff that's just like it's not. I mean, perhaps when I build the layout, the set for the short film, that could might be interesting for people to watch, but me publishing assets for my brother to use, like potions and 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 pickup items and stuff like that, is I don't think it's not interesting because I'm not making the art there. Those are all prefabs. I just need to basically construct uh, a hierarchy of blueprints in order to pass along to my brother to use. Um, Certainly, I got to get the models and the assets ready for him to use. So a lot of my mornings is mostly just that work. Like today, this morning, I set up the Discord. Well, I finished setting up the Discord. I was working on it on the weekend. Set up some assets. I didn't get to publish them, but you know, yeah. So in terms of that, it's just stuff that I don't think is going to be particularly interesting. So I try to distill whatever I stream down to just the stuff that might be interesting, like animation, sculpting, rigging, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a lot easier to just kind of stay in the coding mood. So that's basically why I try to provide all the models and stuff like that to my brother, just because I don't want him mucking about in Blender if he doesn't need to. So this way he can kind of just keep working on the code, right? So I take care of all the art assets and he takes care of uh he primarily takes care of the code. Oh, nice. Park day. It's like a recreational day. Like do you I so you oh, okay, so you like it's not you don't have class tomorrow, but you're still gonna be with your classmates. I always enjoyed activity days at school. Is it what do you guys play sports at the park or do you guys have it's just park everybody goes and hangs out? Yeah, no class, no homework. That's the life. Nice. Well, I hope it's a beautiful day tomorrow. Starting to get really nice in Toronto. It's that perfect weather between spring and summer. It's not too cool, not too hot. You can go outside in shorts and a t-shirt or jeans and a sweater and you're comfy. Yeah, actually I do. If you guys want to see something, I can show you something real quick. I think I brought it up on stream the other day and maybe some of you guys missed it. Yeah, I'll post it to the Discord after, but let me show you what bro's working on here. it doesn't work on display. Okay, so this is the proto level for the game. Well, so we're still obviously haven't swapped all the assets out yet, but this is one of them. This is the skeleton doing the attack, complete with a knockback. And then we have the other orc character here. The compression is crap, just because. With the combo attack. Yeah, that's sort of what yeah, so basically what we're trying to do is just get it all the pieces that we need working first, and then yeah. Yeah, so that's the next step is basically to get I want to get this player into it, so we're going to replace the third person stand-in, and then we're going to get all this stuff working, and then hopefully we get a basic combat system that feels good. If it feels good, then we kind of just start snowballing all of our ideas from there. So right now my brother is working on in the inventory as well. So while I finish up this and then I go in and start applying the player controller, he's going to take care of all the other systems, start building the other systems like the inventory, um, the the equipment management, and the loot, how we want to do looting, because we want to do vicinity looting. Because one of the things I have issues with in Valheim and other games is when you have an explosion, a loot explosion, sometimes that loot lands in places that you can't reach, right? So vicinity looting kind of solves that problem. So anything that's inside your bubble, you can just quickly drag into your inventory, like in DayZ or in PUBG, right? So yeah, yeah, I'm still wondering how it's gonna feel as well, because I genuinely have once we get the player, like, because all of that is gonna come out of how the player feels when they're moving around and swinging the sword, right? So that's when I'm gonna have to make some timing decisions. Is there too much anticipation for a sword swing? Is the dodge roll too slow? Is this, the dodging too slow? That's when I have to go in and tweak in all the mechanics of the actual movement of the player. Um, so yeah, in the coming weeks, it's gonna be pretty exciting because this is when we're effectively gonna have to have our combat system kind of see if it's number one, is it working? Number two, does it feel good? And if it doesn't feel good yet, is it because it's missing things? Is it too slow, too fast? Because what I want is more of a like a it's like like a Souls like combat. So it's not high like super fast paced. It's more about using your brain, thinking about it, and prepping for fights. And then studying the bad guys. So my expectation is that when you fight a boss, you will die several times to learn how the boss moves and all the mechanics and understand what the boss, the combinations the bosses will use and stuff. So, we're designing with the intent for this game to be difficult, not impossible certainly, but it's really just so we're not even doing damage numbers or anything like that because we don't want to break the immersion. Helix, thanks for stopping by, bud. Let me know how the Discord works out for you. I'll check out the stuff you posted. No worries, buddy. Thanks for popping in today. Yeah, let me know how that Discord is working out. If I need to fix anything, you're gonna be my test subject for it. So, but I appreciate the recommendation. I hope it meets your standards. Let me know. Keep posting stuff. I'll definitely take a look at it. Have a great night, Helix. Yeah, that's exactly what we were thinking in terms of loot as well. Also because if we wanted to do, yes, just for Discord, but oh, and the video game, just for Discord and the video game. If you don't want to, let me know. Yes. Yes. So we want to do is we wanted quality of life things. So when we do crafting and stuff like that, you don't have to put it into your inventory. That's the one thing that really bugs me about Valheim. Is if you've put items into the storage in your base, right? It should count as your ownership, right? So when you go and try to craft something, it shouldn't just look into your inventory. It should look at what the inventory is in your base, right? In your immediate base. Obviously, if your base is on the other side of the map, you can't use the inventory from there because that would feel cheap. But if it's in your base, the current base that you're occupying in Valheim, it should automatically be able to sort your chests and figure out if you have the resources to craft. Yeah, I definitely like the V Rising thing too, just because just a nicer quality of life. I suppose maybe I get why Valheim wants you to equip it in your inventory, but I just think that's uh, a silly kind of way to get the player to do more, I guess. I don't know. It feels unnecessary to me. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. We want to do some sort of loot sorting as well too, because it's one of the frustrations I have in these survival crafting games is sorting out your loot. Um, I haven't quite figured out the best way to do that yet, or at least I haven't conceived of any good ways. I don't know if maybe you have a master container, and then that master container sorts things out for you. Or if we have a button that is in your inventory so that when you're in your base, you just hit the button and it kind of just automatically pushes all your inventory into the appropriate boxes. Um, yeah, I don't know. We're gonna work that. I mean, the question is how many resources we're gonna have as well too. We don't want to go too crazy to start off with. But yeah, it's a question that we'll have to figure out as we kind of go along. I'm thinking something along the lines of a master loot box that you just dump all your loot into and then it kind of sorts it out on its own. Um, yeah, I don't know. There's yeah, I think Windrose has a cool idea too, where you basically when you open the chest, you have a button that says inside the chest that will bring over any like content, right? So let's say you're storing wood or timber or something like that, or what do you call it? Whatever. You're storing it in this thing, it will automatically kind of detect what's in your inventory and what's in that chest, and it will move any like items, any similar items over. Yeah, I was thinking that it might be because I think part of I just don't want people to like spend too much time sorting out their stuff. Like I want them kind of in the world and exploring and doing things and gathering the stuff. I don't want people spending too much time organizing because I know for some people that's just not very fun. I don't mind doing it just because I have a compulsion to organize things, but um, I can't assume that's going to be fun for everybody. I don't know. Maybe there's an option in there. I don't know. It's something that my brother and I have to discuss, obviously, with some input from everybody else that plays these kind of games, what style they like. But we know we want to do vicinity looting just because, like I said, in Valheim, Windrose, there's occasions where items kind of pop out of the characters and then they land somewhere that you can't get to anymore. And that's super frustrating. Like one of the big problems in Windrose right now is it's not a big problem, but it's something that irks me is because occasionally you'll be mining ore, like copper, for example, but there'll be copper on the ceiling. So it's like, why are you spawning copper on the ceiling when I can't reach the ceiling, right? So, and it's very frustrating when you're doing a copper run and you're seeing copper veins that you can't get to, right? So you try to hop on things or do stuff, but you can't get to it. And that can be a little bit frustrating from the player, right? Because it's like, why do you spawn it there when you know you can't reach that? So, yeah, I think just simple sorting might be the best way to do it in terms of just like having a button that will put any like items into that container from your inventory. Uh, Be right back. 2. Solid. I guess it does feel a little bit moonwalky. I'm just doing some tiny little overlap stuff now. I'm actually pretty satisfied with it. I was just fixing up the bag, and I'm just gonna do the gun, pistol, just add a little overlap to the pistol, and that should be it. Actually, we used to do so with junior animators. I'm not a huge fan of testing people, but when studios did, we do get them to do walk cycles and stuff. I think roles might be a little more complicated for a test, but it's been done before, sure, for sure. Yeah, pretty happy with that. Top make feels nice, snappy. Should be good for dodge. All right, I can do my frames here. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with them. I'm pleased with the result. Just want to check all the arcs and make sure I'm not popping anything. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna take a short break and then I'm gonna get to the side steps. I think I have an idea. I think I've worked it out. I'll let it play. I'll be back. Nope. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm trying to feel I'm that's what I'm buttoning on as well too right now. If the jump is too far. Yeah, it's about a 4 meter jump. Each of these squares is about 1 meter. I think that's probably too far. So this is about 3 meters, a 3 meter hop, which is important to get them out of the way, right? Because some of these guys are swinging. Some of these guys are swinging broadswords, like great swords or pole axes, halberds, birdiches, like these. So we want to make sure that when he jumps and clears the way, he clearly gets out of the way. Yes, right now I believe the character is about 1.8 meters. Yeah. It's an interesting point. Yeah. No, I get what you want. You want the sense to give the player close calls, right? So that when the dodging kind of just feels right, you just get this very close call kind of moment. Kind of give the player like an oh crap moment. Hmm. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You can use it. You're basically turning on iframes at that point. My only problem is like you still want the sword to miss, right? Like we want enough distance to to clear the sword or whatever weapon they're using, so it's a clear miss. I always find it a bit strange when yeah you're using iframes, but you're dodge rolling like right through weapon swings. So it feels always felt a little awkward to me, but I think this might be one of those things I'm just gonna have to tune later on, just to get a better feel for it, because I haven't done all of the enemy characters, so I got to figure out what all the enemy characters are doing, and then I can go and tune these up further. So I think the important thing for right now is to get the motion in, and then I can tune the distance after. So yeah, it's tough to say without it actually. See, once we get into the engine, that's when we'll be able to make final decisions on it. Uh, so I'm probably just gonna animate this and see how it works. As long as I'm capturing the feeling of like jumping away from something, like just he's clearly trying to dodge something or dash away from something, then I can always tune it up later. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's part of the downside of trying to animate everything so that I can go into Unreal and then tune and then try it out afterwards because I don't want to keep going. I don't want to spend time going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I think it's ultimately inevitable, but I want to take care of a big chunk, get into Unreal, figure out what the problems are, write down those problems, and then spend the time I need to in Blender fixing all of those problems and then send it back. So because I don't want it like in a single day, especially when I'm streaming, jumping because I used my Cintiq for Blender, but I use the format. my aspect ratio on my main monitor where I do most of the Unreal stuff is like an ultra wide 2 to 1 aspect ratio. Just because I like the massive real estate that I get for work and stuff. Um, so yeah, jumping back and forth is just a bit irritating for streaming for sure. Yeah, so I just want to take care of work chunks in Unreal and then move to Blender and then take a chunk of work on each side. So I spend like at least a day inside of each. Exactly. Right. It's revision, revision, revision. It's like writing a script. It's all about rewrite, rewrite, rewrite. Just that's why we haven't even touched level design, right? Like we have all the assets we're gonna want for level design, but we haven't touched any of the level design because we don't know what this character is capable of yet. And you don't want to end up designing a level that the character can't navigate. At the same time, I'm gonna give it what I guess we're blocking in or gesturing in what the dodge is gonna kind of look like, just so I can get a sense of what that animation feels like and the overall. How does it work? Is it congruent with the other ones? The reason I went for 4, I don't know if you saw me tweet, is because the dodge rule. So the dodge roll ends up being 4, right? So 4 meters, which makes sense because he's rolling. So yeah, it's about 4 meters, 4 meters and a bit. Actually, it's about almost exactly 4 meters. That's why I thought, well, for congruency and just for continuity between dodging, perhaps we should make the dodge back the same distance, right? That was my initial thought. But it does make sense that you're dodging and a forward motion would take you further than going backwards because your balance is lessened when you move backwards. So it's a good observation. It makes sense that you probably wouldn't go as far. So I definitely think it'll feel more natural if he moves a shorter distance on the dodge, on the dashes versus the roll. Yeah, the problem with the thing is if I do a half, it feels like the poses I have are just a little bit too strong for a 2 meter movement, right? Like you want energy to push away, like it's that because you don't like if you think about like a boxer or an MMA fighter, they don't know what that distance is going to be with the follow through of the punch or the kick, right? So you take extra. You typically you're going to take more than you need, or at least based on the references that I looked at, like for MMA fighting. When you dodge away, you're typically gonna you just it's such a quick reaction that you kind of just get away from the big kick as much as possible. You're not just trying to narrowly, but I do understand what you're saying. You want to create tension. You want to create drama in a fight, especially because the pacing of the fight is much slower than you're gonna get in like let's say Diablo or Path of Exile, where you're fighting one enemy for a longer period of time instead of like a bunch of enemies. So slow might be and methodical might be the way to go. But I'm gonna try this out because it feels good, just from the block. Right, because I like that idea where this particularly this pose here, it's very superhero, right? Where he plants that foot and to regain his balance. It's an interesting thought. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those things that I kind of pick on, especially when I'm playing Elden Ring. Sometimes I dodge right through the sword swings. That always feels a little bit strange to me, but you're right. There's an expectation when you push the button that the dodge will activate appropriately, and if it's timed properly, then it should, no matter what, the dodge should occur correctly. Um, yeah, we'll test things out and see how it goes. CS Media. Sorry if I missed your message. I'm developing a survival craft, kind of medieval fantasy survival game. At least that's the intent. Right now we're working on combat, and if the combat feels good, we'll continue kind of building out those survival elements. But the goal right now is to build a survival game. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for the project. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of 3D like animators kind of doing game dev on Twitch. Obviously there are. I don't see anybody kind of exclusively doing it. So I'm actually working with my brother. And my brother's taking care of all of the coding. And I'm taking care of most of the art. In terms of animation, we are using some prefab assets. But all of the animation is going to be bespoke, and chances are most of the characters I've taken. I don't know if you're familiar with the Cinti assets, but I've taken the Cinti assets and I've heavily modified them for the project. Just because if you're a developer, you know, it's a massive bottleneck to develop assets and do artwork for games. So just for the sake of time, we've gone with prefabs, but we are customizing as much as we can just because, you know, We want to make some stylistic choices, some art direction in it. It's not completely dependent on whatever synth he has. So, you know, CS Media, what kind of work or what kind of game are you developing? Are you working on anything right now? Oh, nice, dude. Do you got any are you posting any of the work anywhere? Is there anywhere I can check out your game or your at least the 3D artwork? I could post more on this. Yeah, I get that. No worries, bud. Well, if you do have something to show, I just started a Discord community. If you're interested in posting up some work, I could always give feedback if you're and I could always use the feedback from somebody else who's developing as well too. The Discord is posted on the channel, and the links in the channel. Um, yeah, feel free to join it if you're down for it. I'd love to see what you got going once you have something to show. Yeah, right now I don't have much of the in-game stuff yet either. My brother's still working on it. I'm gonna post some stuff on the on my the on the Discord server at some point that will kind of preview what the game is gonna kind of look like. But yeah, you're right though. It's kind of like in a early prototype phase, so we're still using like the third person base level that ships with Unreal. We've started swapping out characters and started doing things, but there's still a bit of ways to go before I want to truly start demoing and showing people the stuff. I kind of gave some previews to people that joined the channel or joined the streams. Um, yeah, it's still very early stages of development right now. So it's the nice thing about showing other developers is they understand. When you kind of show other people who don't understand the process of animation or just the development process of whether it's games or animation, artwork in general, um, you're never going to get quite the reaction that you're hoping for. Because I believe it is in my firm belief that you have to learn how when you're working on things and being creative, there's a degree of embracing the ugly, um, because it doesn't start to look pretty until a while afterwards, right? Like even right now, everything's in blocking. For those the uninitiated in animation, uh, they could sometimes think it takes a long time, or even um, that it looks silly because it's all blocky and it's not doing anything. I think I'm actually gonna bend this. I'm gonna break this joint. Tools. Okay, break this knee. I don't want to go too cartoony, but I always like when you break a joint like this, just gives it this beautiful, nice C shape in the body, right? So it just helps accentuate that. Plus, the people never see it because it feels like a wash, but you can feel it. You can feel the movement when you break that joint there. Unreal has been, I've really been enjoying my time in Unreal. I get your apprehension about blueprints. I haven't come across any issues where I haven't been able to accomplish what I've been wanting to accomplish in blueprints. But I'm not really in charge of the coding for this game. So my brother is actually comfortable with several programming languages because he used to work for a company called Touch Bistro, and they used to do the POS machines. So you know when you go to a restaurant and the hostess like takes your reservation, your order, your seat, your table, does your bill and stuff. That's all done on those on those tablets now. So my brother used to work for a company called Touch Bistro, and they would do all of the back end POS stuff. So he's quite comfortable with the C++ and other programming languages. But I've been having a blast in Unreal. I know it gets some criticism because it's heavy, but um, my industry is heavily adopting Unreal, particularly for live broadcast stuff, just for the camera tracking and the kind of like real-time compositing that we can kind of get out of Unreal. So it's a huge benefit for me to learn Unreal as it pertains to my professional career outside of my game dev and my own hobby stuff here. So there's value in learning Unreal. We actually originally started in Godot. We started a project in Godot. Actually, we started a couple projects before. We did a bit of Unreal or Unity, And then Unity did something funky with their pricing and their runtime thingy, their installation on the runtime thing. So we were just like, oh, I don't, that doesn't sound good. So then we, Husar, thanks for popping by again, buddy. It's always appreciated, man. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great night. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, so we started off in Unity, but then we had that issue. There was this whole issue with Unity and their runtime installation. They wanted to charge for installation. I don't know. I can't remember the details. All I know is it immediately scared us off of doing anything in Unity. So we started looking for alternatives and landed in Godot. Because my initial impression of Unreal was like, oh my God, this is too much. Like it's too much for me to learn right now because it's daunting when you open Unreal, you're immediately lost. And Godot is great. I think Godot has a ton of promise. I know a lot of people are using it. So I'm excited to see what people actually produce out of Godot. I've been following. There's another dude on in software and game dev. His name is Fira, Fiehra, and he's doing a game called Pollinate or Die in Godot, and it looks great. Um, I think it looks fantastic. I mean, he's not doing any 3D stuff, so I have yet to see any really great 3D games come out of Godot, because I still think it's in the early days of the engine development for 3D. But I think there's enough there that you could probably do something. I don't know if you know any games that are made in Godot that are 3D. I'd love to see them. Um, but yeah, programming wise, I let my brother kind of take care of that. It's a bit of a blessing, right? So we were both laid off. So I was like, there's no point of us just sitting down and doing nothing where we both have a skill that we can contribute to making something cool. So let's make a game. And so we are making a game. Yeah, I know it'll be a while. I mean, that's partly why we decided to we started to build in Unreal. I mean, sure, we'll get hit with a 5% royalty or licensing if we make $1 million, but that's a really big if. So we weren't too concerned about having to fork over 5% of what we're making. Uh, I think the Steam cost is more painful, but it is what it is. But yeah, it largely what made the decision for us was because of for me it was the industry relevance, and that because I think my brother might want to switch careers and he's considering going into programming for video games professionally. And I think most I mean, it all depends. You want to go the studio route, obviously, I think Unreal is the main tool in terms of the larger studios going to work at the largest. I know Unity and stuff like that is still used and even proprietary engines, but um yeah, I think he felt it was probably more conducive to getting a job in the industry as well as, the potential of what we could do with Unreal. So, you know, we tried Godot and we liked Godot. I just like I said, I think it was just when it came down to what should we use as a professional tool and what are other professionals using, and everything that we're doing could potentially lead us to get other jobs in this business. So it was good to use the tool that I think is the most popular one for big studios, at least at the time, just so it makes it a little bit easier that when we trying just to get work, we could potentially, um, work for other studios. We're also considering in contract doing being like like a vendor, a contract vendor, so we can pick up the slack on other people's games and stuff like that. So that's another thing is we want to be able to offer potentially a service as well too. So lots of reasons, but those are the main ones. Yeah, it'll probably be a while before Godot's 3D tools, but it's got so much promise. It's got a ton of promise, so I think it's only a matter of time before that actually happens. So yeah, my brother didn't seem to have any issues with for the he was pretty easy on which one to go through, but after he talked to some of his buddies and they're pretty comfortable and they swear by blueprints. So they were big fans of blueprints, so that helped convince my brother as well too. But on top of which, because he's got a coding background, C++ wouldn't have it's not going to be an issue for us to uh, customize a bit more using C++ code. Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I used mine professionally for 20 years before Blender. Um, I like both packages. I had a lot of issues learning Blender, just because when you've been using a tool for 20 years, the muscle memory is second nature to me, right? Like I don't even I barely even think. It's just muscles kind of firing off when I work in Maya. So a couple of things I had to overcome when working in Blender was number one, the muscle memory issue was a huge thing. It became incredibly frustrating for me, but the way I resolved it was so I use Maya with a mouse and keyboard, and I interact with Blender almost entirely using the Cintiq. So it created a physical barrier between the muscle memory for me to learn Blender with this minute with minute. It still happened because the layout, there's an expectation when you're in a 3D viewport, you kind of you feel like just because you're in a different piece of software, it doesn't immediately change that muscle memory. So uh, getting past the muscle memory was a big issue, but having a Cintiq or just interfacing in a different way with my computer helped kind of delineate the differences between the two softwares. And then of course there's the syntax. When I want to do something in Maya, there's a verbiage of how to do it in Maya, and then there's the verbiage of how to do it in Blender. So that became, I guess, a translation layer that I needed to figure out as to like, 'cause sometimes it's just a slightly different way of communicating what you're trying to do. Um, it's the same as like an animator saying ease in and ease out. I was trained classically, so I used the terms slow in and slow out. Whereas, I think modern animators, people that were trained purely on a computer, they're gonna use verbiage that's more contemporary, which I think is more ease in, ease out kind of language, right? So it's funny because when I do talk to animators, younger animators that come into the studio, I'll say things. Yeah, you need to add a favor, and you need to favor this pose, and we make sure when you overshoot, you ease or you slow in and slow out on this thing. and then they'll be a little bit confused until I'm like, oh, right, here, you gotta, until I update my verbiage. It's just, that's the language I'm comfortable using. That's the animator, that's the language in the animator survival kit. This is what I learned in school. So it's ingrained. So it takes a while to transition from 20 years of practicing one thing to doing another thing. But once you get it, you get it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's that translation layer that you have to kind of organize on your own to try to figure out how to do the same thing you want to do in Maya that you did in Blender, vice versa. But yeah, some things it gets super frustrating because I'm like, I don't get it. It's so easy to snap an object to another object in Maya. I have it set to a hotkey. Why can't I just do this in Blender, right? But you can. You have to find the different functionality that allows you to do different things. Like, I gotta be honest, like, in terms of animating I like animating in Blender better just simply because I like the animation tools in Blender. I think they're more robust than what comes naturally in Maya. Um, but if you have a couple of bucks and you invest into like Animbot and stuff like that, like animating in Maya can be awesome, right? But it requires a few plugins and some external stuff to really make it to really make it sing. Whereas I find in Blender that stuff is kind of built in. Um, and yeah, I find animating in Blender a little bit more approachable than animating it in Maya. But everybody uses Maya, so where you you'll get a ton of professional, like a lot of high end artists, people like professional artists use Maya, so you're always going to be able to find people that will be able to address an issue directly. Whereas when I was learning Blender, and I'm still learning Blender, but once I have an issue, the community, because Blender is not used as a professional pipelines just yet. We do use it in some professional pipelines. I've used it at work from time to time, but for the most part, we don't. Only because the IT, all of our engineers, our information systems are built to communicate with Autodesk product and Autodesk and Maya. So making that transition would be very expensive for most studios. Um, but yeah, you're right in your observation. Maya does feel a little bit clunkier. But you can, if you're willing to spend a few bucks on like Animbot, it does make uh, animating in Maya much more approachable. And the other big issue with I have been that I had with Maya was the fact that it was in Canadian dollars. It's like two over 200. I think it's 220 bucks a month to license Maya, and Blender is absolutely free. So free is a pretty easy sale, even if it does come with the learning curve. But yeah, but oh, I don't want to run you over. I don't want to run you over. Rigging is a cool discipline to get into. I didn't have a whole lot of appreciation for rigging actually until I started learning Blender. Um, but yeah, rigging is one of those things. I don't know what it's like anymore. In terms of because everything's changing right now. So not to scare you, but I don't know how much of rigging will. I think you're always going to need a rigger. I think you're actually pretty safe in learning rigging because there's a technical understanding of how things work that you should have be safe. Because I know there is an effort to try to get AI to rig these things, but I was like, well, you still need to inform that AI, and a person who understands rigging will be able to inform AI much better on how to rig something. So I think you're safe on that front. My initial concern was like, oh, maybe I think eventually, as with most things, AI will be capable. But I think you should be safe for a while. And at the same time, when AI does kind of get bigger, you'll have the education and the know-how and the verbiage, the syntax to talk directly to the artificial intelligence and tell it what to do from a technical aspect. Um, but yeah, rigging is so important. I wish all studios would spend some time finding great riggers, but they're very difficult to find. But I think rigging is one of the most important steps of animation simply because it could potentially produce limitations for your animators, and that's a bad thing. If the riggers aren't informed, like with model sheets, and there's a whole R&D process that goes into rigging, and um, some studios don't spend enough time going over those things. Just simple things like having an optimized rig that I can scrub. Like if I can scrub a rig in Maya or Blender, I can animate 2 to 3 times as fast versus having to play blast or do an animation preview every 10 minutes where I have to compile images or you know what a play blast is. Um, that just slows down the entire process. So I worked on a project a few years ago. It was actually SpongeBob, but the rigs were so poorly optimized that even the cache, the geocaching in Maya was just breaking all the time. Like you couldn't scrub cleanly. Like it's basically refreshing one frame every 4 to 5 seconds, and it was just so brutal. It was unfortunate because I was really, really excited to work on the project, and then the lack of an optimized rig just really killed any fun out of. I mean, even my director said the same thing. He's just like, I'm really sorry. We kind of got stuck with these things, and now we got to finish it kind of mode. So we can't send it back to rig to fix things. So you know, rigging and animation work hand in hand together, and it's so important to get a good rig in there. Are you learning Maya just because it's the professional tool, or are you just doing it for your own edification? Like, because I do think Blender is on the rise. I just don't know what the timeline looks like for Blender, and whether or not there's going to be adaptation in pipelines. I think if Blender integrates more AI tools, I think you're definitely going to see more Blender showing up in professional pipelines. I just don't see much of it. There's very specific use cases right now for Blender in productions, but I just not have found that most people or I have found that most people are they just because they're spending so much money on they're giving Autodesk so much money. They're just like, we're just gonna do everything. We're gonna do all try to take care of all of our 3D needs in a single software package. With the exception, sometimes Houdini, they'll bring up Houdini because Houdini is much better at visual effects. Yeah, it is unfortunately the most it is the most commonly used tool in professional environments, whether you're even if you're not working in film and games or anything like that, even as far as like architectural renderings, you'll still get people using Maya because It's just one of the most robust tools that was ever made, and they've been working on Maya. Like I started in Maya 6.5, I think was the first version of Maya that I used, or Maya 6. 6.5 was while I was in the middle of the program, but the release 6.5. But Maya 6 was the original one that I used. So they've been developing it for a long time, and that's why people have just an inherent trust of Maya, just because it's already been around the block, so people kind of just know it'll work. Whereas Blender, there's been some great productions in Blender, don't get me wrong, but it's not been fully tested in a complete pipeline, or at least just in terms of integrating it into a pipeline. So I think most productions that use Blender had Blender in mind when they were working on it. So, or when they were developing the pipeline for the production. So it's already been accommodated for. Have you considered red light therapy? I've heard very promising things about red light therapy and restoring vision. I know it probably might be expensive, but I mean, like, what's the cost? It's if it's going to affect your career, it will pay. It'll pay dividends if you can see, right? So, just a thought. I've heard great things about it. I've considered it because obviously I wear glasses, and I'm not a huge fan of wearing glasses, but um, just a thought. Could you wear, oh, I guess it's contacts that you can't wear if you have cataracts, right? How do glasses affect your, yeah, cataracts? Is it, are you still, can you wear glasses? Corrective, any sort of corrective lenses? Is there potent, I don't know what the solutions are these days for cataracts. Is there surgery or any potential solutions for resolving cataracts? Or cataracts? Well, fingers crossed that the surgery goes well, dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, you do need vision to work in art, but I think there's solutions. This is ready for spine, I think. Let's find out. Actually, it feels kind of nice. Sorry, I gotta use the washroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, but I mean, what choice do we have these days, right? Like we're kind of stuck in front of a computer. I think most jobs require a computer of some sort, or us to be sitting in front of a computer for extended periods of time. Well, with luck, you'll get hired by a company that has good healthcare benefits, so you can take care of your eyes. I mean, you would think that most studios have extensive healthcare when it comes to, especially like if you're working in a visual medium, an art, you would think they would. It's not always the case. Yeah, it's one huge boon for full-time work is that you kind of get a little, a good place will hopefully offer you some benefits, a benefits package. Funny because when I first started in animation, it was all contract work. There was no such thing as benefits for us. It's called save your money because you don't have benefits, and if you need healthcare, that's coming out of your own pocket. Um, I mean, I live in Canada, so there's some degree of socialized healthcare that we didn't have to worry too much about it, but that was the nature of contract work originally, is they wouldn't pay benefits. You would be contracted for X amount of time and you're expected to produce whatever you're expected to produce in that time. And when your contract expires, that's it, right? You move along. Occasionally they would extend it if they needed more work or something like that. But when I first got into this business, it was tough. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the reality of show business for a lot of the time too. I know you're probably you're rigging. Well, you can do other things besides show business, but or VFX. But yeah, that was sort of the. In fact, I'm actually laid off right now. That's the reason I started making a video game because I kind of got sick of doing this job game thing. It was getting very frustrating, and I'm looking for a way to get out of working in this particular business. So my brother and I decided to start making a game. But yeah, so yeah, I got laid off back in right at the end of January. And I'm supposed to return um right at the beginning of July, but there's no guarantee. That's at least my recall date is at the beginning of July, so I don't know if I'm going to go back yet or not, or if there's work available yet or not. I hope there is. But it is an unfortunate reality of show business and even just art, making art for a living. Is there can be feast and famine moments. The most important thing I would recommend to most animators is learn how to save your money. Or people actually just going at art in general, learn how to save money. Yeah, great. I mean, great for learning for sure. It is a very hard lesson if you're learning that in 2008. That is unfortunate, but yeah, it is the one thing I recommend. I mean, I get animators asking me for advice all the time. I'm like, I don't have any advice in terms of animation. Practice makes perfect. You know, the only way to get to Carnegie Hall is practice. Um, I think the most important thing is you know, partly because it gives you some degree of longevity so that when you're, because when you're, if you've chosen an art, if you've chosen art to pursue art for a living, you've chosen something that takes a long time to master, right? And you need, it doesn't mean you can't work while you're learning. It just means that that's what you should be doing, right? You shouldn't be living in an extravagant until you can actually start billing for your work and, you know, making a decent living out of it. Because first, my experience has been, again, this is purely my own experience, but my experience when I started working was that they're going to try to get you as cheap as possible, right? So until you have the confidence and the know-how to negotiate in this industry, they're gonna lowball you pretty much every negotiation you go into. Um, and you're kind of at their mercy when you don't have experience at first. But once you've got about 3 or 4, maybe even 5 years of experience, um, you can start make it be a little bit more demanding and a little bit more discerning about the jobs you take and whether or not the price range is suitable for you. Obviously, in a downturned economy, a downturn market, you're not going to have a lot of choice. I have to take pay cuts in order to get work sometimes, uh, when when the market sucks. When the animation business sucks, you're kind of stuck with whatever you got. So there's some fluctuation involved. But yeah, that's the only real confident advice I can give as an artist, as an animator, is learn how to save your money and learn how to invest it. That's good, dude. You're like ahead of most people. I think some people forget that when you make art for a living, you're still making money. You're still competing in a market. You're still doing all the things that everybody else does. Just because you're making art doesn't mean you live in some la la land where you don't have to participate, right? Like I think artists too often get into art mode and they shut off everything else and they only focusing on their art, which I guess is good, but you still got to participate in the real world, right? Like you can only be holed up in your studio or your lab for so long before you got to return back to the reality, back to real life. And some people forget. Are you in uni right now? Like, are you in university right now, or wait? No, you're not. You're sorry. I completely forgot. You turned 18 when you're. But no, you are. You are in uni. You're just not 18. You're saying you're doing an AA or a BA in after you get your bachelor. Okay. Right on, dude. I'm glad you're back in. Yep. Yep. I did all the rigs myself. Only because I knew I was gonna watch, like, animation is was really important for me because it's what I do. So I was like, well, at the very least, this project needs to be animated very well. So I built the rigs from scratch. Well, not from scratch. I used it. I used Auto Rig Pro, but I customized the entire rig for um I customized the entire rig for all the characters. So basically, I've used the same rig ultimately for all the humanoid characters in the game, so I can actually use any animation that I make with any character on any character, which is really useful. But yes, the completely custom rigs. Part of it is going to be retargeting, but for the most part, it's actually just the exact same rig, right? So the way the Cinti assets were built were all of them were pretty much scaled more or less exactly the same, so I didn't have to muck around with the scale too much. I could just take the rigs one to one, paint the skin weights, and it was pretty much good to go. Of course, that doesn't lend much to variety in the game, but you know, we are customizing a little bit more. So bosses and stuff like that. We have custom characters that we'll be building into the game, like obviously dragons. We're doing dragons of some sort. So we'll be doing dragon rigs and dragon animation, which Cinti does not have any of, unfortunately. Which is fine because I wanted to design the dragon myself anyway. So control that sword. Okay, I think I'm done for the day. Starting to get tired now. It's a good start on the the back dash though. Timing feels good. I just need to clean up all those pops and stuff. So, got to control of that right arm, the sword arm here. I'll clean up the motion on the shield. Add some overlaps. Fix the torso. That's okay. Should be pretty quick to finish this. Okay, CS Media. Not sure if you're still there, but I'm gonna end stream now. It's good talking to you, bud. I'm glad you stopped by. Feel free to join the Discord. Links are in I think in my channel description, or channel links. But yeah, I'd love to see the work that you come up with. If you feel so inclined to share. But otherwise, yeah, thanks for stopping by, dude. It's good chat. Hope I see you again. I'll talk to you soon.